Welcome everybody to our live stream here on lichess and Twitch. I'm International Master William Pascal. What's up, Mr. Coffee? Acerbate. Chess tailgating. Ready for a Sunday night simul. Miracles do happen. What is up, guys? I'm hosting a simul here. As usual, 25 players. We're calling it the Sunday Super League Simul. Sunday Super League Simul because... Anybody want to guess? Told Aspid, I don't think he caught his messages. Alright. Join us. The Sunday Super League Simul. When is the French election? Pales in comparison to what happened. Sladgie leads his... Well, I didn't play today, but we won by another team losing. So, miracle happened, and my team qualified for the Super League, the Hungarian First Division. Yes, we're in. All right. So, celebrating with the simul, which I do every Sunday anyway. Celebrating my brain fog. Alright. Sparkle Horse Twitch Simul. Super League Celebration Simul. So I've got to get this thing started. Someone just subscribed. B-Jock just subscribed tier 1. 15 months. What's up, guys? Yeah, I played Blitz today with my teammates while watching the results of the other teams. Man, I like my over the board blitz is unbelievable bad. Antonio, thank you for subscribing in tier 1. Thank you for subscribing, sir. 54 months. B-Jock, 15 months. Let's get the hype train going. Mr. Coffee, conductor. Acerbate. Guys, we're going to open the simul. No London, no playing bullet speed, no joining and dropping out. It's a long game. Donate or subscribe. Princess Chess 64, welcome. Please support my efforts. I am William Ponda. Mr. Coffee with 100 bits. There's a real high train conductor. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Uh-oh, we got a Nakamura. The players who balk at playing 1-minute chess are failing to see the whole picture. Not a deep sort of quote. Let's just ignore that. Alright, Mr. Sohan, gifting tier 1 sub to the community. High train is close, guys. Acerbate gifting tier 1 sub to the community. Acerbate to Goji, we're making this a hype train. I reached the Super League. That's right. Well, we reached it. My team made it to Super League. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Amateur Potzers go to Super League. The unbelievable result happened. We thought we were out, and our rivals failed. They failed. All right, so we're in. Acerbate just gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Alright, Mr. Coffee. Mr. Coffee with 500 bits. Thank you, guys. Save a dog. Positive vibes. Arsenal fan. Cheesy noob. I feel like still got more players. Here's the link, guys. Super Sladgie. Copy. Something wrong with you buying bits. Try not to use American Express card. I don't know. Mad Ramus gifting a tier 1 sub to the community. Bogachog. Bogachog 4. Oh, I'm in the wrong chair. Hold on a second, guys. Just realized I have the wrong chair in place. Chair. Czerelni means to switch in Hungarian. So I'm literally going to have to Czerelni my chairs. Alright. Switch or change. Changing chairs. Musical chairs. What's up? The right chair. Yeah, I just realized, what am I doing in the wrong chair? Princess Chess 64, good to see you. Arsenal fan, I'm pretty confident. A GM just now and 2 check Bononis. Played a GM. You played a GM, 2 check Bononis. Arsenal, of course he's chat banned. Princess Chess just gifted a sub. Tier 1 sub. Level 1 complete, guys and girls. Hype train 15% complete to level 2. So I'm psyched that we're going to the Hungarian Super League with my team. I had a good season. Imagine Arsenal's chat band. Alright, Amoeboid. Who else? Notch Papa. Sumahair. Chess Hostage. Mirales. Thank you guys. Mr. Sonia just donated 20 gift subs. 20 gift subs for Mr. Sohan, taking us up to level 2. Dude, that's insanely generous. I can't even count them all. D-Neck has never played E4. Chess Hostage. Sybil Dorset. Learning Chess. Tachanka. Alerdek. Insed. I can't even count them all. Man, Mr. Sohan, thank you. Podium Ranker. Got a gift sub. 20 gift sub is like the max I think I ever got at one time. But I'm trying to share with everybody the magnitude of my team reaching this Super League in the last round. This result had to happen like perfectly, and it did. Very strange. It's amazing. Please accept. Chess Hookage. Chess Hookage, what is your account? Oh. Alright. Yep. Gotta wait if you're not a subscriber. Wait, Ayeste? Who else are subscribers? Princess Chess 64. It's so rare that Princess Chess gets to play. Hookah Gel. Players will be accepted in the following order. Alright. Who else are subscribers here? We're only taking 1 account per player. Antonio, thanks for donating 200 bits. Maybe the rival team ran out of money. You know what's really sick? Like, seriously? International Master Baratoshi Daniel is the reason why we made it. He played for the rival team. They brought him on board for the last 2 rounds. And if we see Danes here, we're going to have to send him a champagne because he lost the critical game on board 2. That allows my team to go into the Super League. It's unbelievable. So it's Danes' fault, actually, that my team is going in the Superliga. I feel bad for him. Kind of happy, but at the same time, you know, it's like a player who's been here on my stream who caused my team to go in Superliga by losing for the other rival team. It looks suspicious, but I didn't bribe anybody. I thought we were done. The spy guy, and he was the last game finished. Mr. Slowhand, that was the last game to finish. We all thought we were done. But then when it was the last result that wasn't reported, we were like, you know, something's weird here, because if he wasn't losing, like, they would just, like, agree to a draw or something. We knew when the result wasn't reported. Mr. So did that for you. Move 11 subscribed to tier 1. Someone was to bribe Danes, and I'm innocent. Unbelievable. I mean, he lost to a much weaker player. Of course, it's a 12 match, you know, it's a 12-player match. I mean, there's a lot of games, but it was kind of odd that it came down to one of the players who I know and him losing. We weren't there. It was another city, but still, it's pretty funny. We thought we were finished. The ultimate goose was cooked. We didn't lose any matches the whole season, so, but the season is based on the results are based on game points. We were behind in game points, but winning on match points. Ayesta will play. Who else has got subscribership? Who else has gained subscribership? So if we see Danny's here, we're gonna have to send them a champagne or something. Consolation. So next year, Sladgie's team goes in the Superliga. Alright. Shocky. Who else are subscribers? Let me know, guys. Hype Train, 41%. Mr. Slow did all he could. He donated 20 gift subs. Hype Train success. We received a level 2 Hype Train emote. Thank you guys. Good job. Mr. Slow, 20 gift subs. 32 total. Maybe we should start with 20 players this week. You don't want to accidentally flag the streamer. The most sarcastic viewer award goes to... Alright. Guys, great job. Thank you for your support. It's a gift sub sandwich. No, my brain fog feels better than it did this morning. I played over the board chess Blitz 5-0 for the first time in years. Is that unbelievable? Slendrina. Now only one entry per player, so just keep that in mind. If you have multiple accounts trying to enter, I'm only going to accept one. Alright, who else is a subscriber here that I haven't accepted? Ruslan, anybody? Let me know, guys. Chess hookage. How can I learn? Yeah, I don't know about that. I can't help you with that. They discontinued it. Alright, who else? Let's go. Bobby Uva. New account, not enough games. Chess besties. I'm gonna just start taking random players. S. Garcia, haven't seen in a long time. I took Ruslan. Ruslan, you better take your time. Choo choo. Thank you guys. Mad Remus, gift sub. Mr. Sland with 21 gift subs. Astrobate a couple of 5 today. Mad Ramus with a gift sub. Princess Chess with a gift sub. Yeah, that's an old title. Sybil Dorset is multiple accounter or not? I don't know, it's very weird. Alright, who else are we going to add here? Stefano 8, we played once before. Everyone sucks but me. Who else is a subscriber? Earn a real title, yeah. Alright. Qualification for Super League here in Hungary. Celebration. Simul. Wait a second. You guys can see the link here for our Hungarian Teen Championship. 58.5 and 58.5. It's a safe link. You can click on it. Alright, you can always trust my links. Where are we? Winston Churchill. 19. 6 more to go. Fast Avery. Not enough games. 1240 classical. Yes, nice. S. Garcia hopping in the simul between holes at the Masters. Huh. Nice. Sergio Garcia, exactly. No, he's a former subscriber to the stream, I think. Training bro. Cold ice. Alright, 22 players. Last call for subscribership. Thank you guys, especially all you those of you who did the gift subs, especially Mr. Slow, massive donation. Thank you so much. Tata 190. Looks like a strong player. Let's get a lower rated player, mix it up. Mix it up. Corporal Light, nope, too strong. Bobby Uva, not enough games. Vladimir. We need one more. 23, we need 2 more. The Arena Grandmaster. Okay, what's wrong with Binston Burchill? And CK Law. Alright, that's 25. Last call. Anybody who's a subscriber who wanted to play that didn't get in the list? I'm going to start. Alright, last call. 7 out of 9. Yeah, he's our London system. But he's our London system pro. He plays the London system with white and the Slav and the Caro-Kann. So everything is a London system. Every single game. But he's FIDE master. I mean, he was on a lower board, like board 6. Board 7. We just in there. He's in there to wipe out the... He's in there to wipe out the Potzers on board 6 or 7. We only got 24 players. Training bra. Not enough games. Mert. Alright, let's go, Mert. 25. Z. Alright, we're in Zen mode. I'm gonna try not to get in time pressure. Here. Like I always do. Again, thanks to Mr. Sohand, Astrobait, Mad Ramus, Princess Chess, Mr. Coffee, Antonio, all you people for supporting the stream by subscribing. Alright. I played an over-the-board informal Blitz tournament with my team today. Just 7-player round robin. It was really strange. It was very strange playing 5-minute chess without increment with real pieces. It felt very weird. I haven't played chess on real pieces in years now. I mean, Blitz chess with real pieces. But I mean, I played classical games. I just couldn't get... It was strange. I couldn't get used to it. Now I feel more usual playing with the computer. I mean, playing online. You're a mod? Oh, you're a mod on the Vente stream. How often do you time yourself out? Do you find? on average. Let's find the most, like, uncontrollably angry player. You're a mod on 10 different streams? Alright. He times you out there all the time? I hope that I have the Petrov against Arsenal fan. Might start like cursing. Oh, there's no summon on sound today. Was move 11 in the SIMUL? Do you guys... Can you see the list there? Wait, there's the list. You're telling me move 11 didn't get in the SIMUL? He must be working. Alright, move 11, no. Astrobeat, you're the one that dropped out at the last second. Move 11 was here. Did you ever ban yourself? Can you self-ban? I never thought about it. It takes a lot of discipline to ban yourself. Mods can't be banned. It sucks. There'd be no way for Arsenal to control himself. Who's playing the Reti? The Reti against me. Kakatiri is not in the SIMUL. Ah, Reti. Reti Ricard. I guess Morales. Astrobate, you dropped out. Cannot ban yourself. I don't know. What am I playing here? What made me play G6 there? You know, one of these Caracons will be Morales and the other will be Arsenal fan. Everyone plays the advanced Caracan every single game. It's the only thing that anybody plays against the Caracan. I never get a main line almost. Okay, we had one against the chess dog. Save a dog. The other day. But it's very rare. Chess dog. Yeah, I remember. You're the only like normal mainline Caracan I've had in years in one of these SIMULs. 9 out of 10 games is the advanced variation. I had one today in Blitz. I got an awful position. I was completely worse. One of the only games I won in the Blitz tournament today. How do you spot quickly the weaknesses any player has? Well, I mean, you know, that's not necessarily happening. It's not easy to spot weaknesses with every player. I mean, many times it takes a long time. With some players, it's obvious. I think you really have to see a lot of games Maybe hundreds. Not necessarily, but in some cases, I really need to play hundreds or see hundreds of games from people to really understand what their weaknesses are. It depends. Bijak or Sandrina? No, it's their nagging spouse, Arsenal fan, in many cases, that leads to their defeat. Maybe I need more oxygen. Alright, I gotta open the window here. I just realized it had been raining for like 3 days. So we got no oxygen in this room. That's gotta be Ruslan, right? Ruslan plays f4, I thought. No, that was somebody else. Who plays 92? Maybe Morales is getting tricky, or this is Arsenal fan. Somebody's getting trendy. I'm disappointed move 11 didn't play. I wonder where Princess Chess is. This could be her. Though not necessarily. There's not that many people who play the Italian game. That I know here. So I'd hazard a guess with that one. Who else plays Italian game? Seriously. Masturbate used to. Don't say who you are. Alright. Help me if you want to. It's completely optional. This has got to be Notch Papa. Just move the pieces around. I shuffle pieces. 1 hour before result. What? Mert. Welcome. What do we have here? I sometimes forget what I'm doing, and I played the martial defense by mistake. I don't play the Slav, but I'll try it. I try not to play Slav. I hate doing trendy stuff. Another Slav. Sladgie plays a Slav simul. Sladgie simul of Slav. C3. That's gotta be Cheesy Noob. We got him. He's obsessed with this move C3. I had a Snow or a kind of birds opening in a blitz game with one of my teammates today. I sacked a pawn and then barely drew. against a 1900. But he's pretty good for 1900. It was just a friendly tournament today, though. Nothing formal. B3, that's weird. This is sort of what he did. You know, it was funny, it reminded me of Cheesy Noob. Pretty much the same thing he does. Yeah, well, I mean, 1900's pretty good. And I'm talking about, like, FIDE ratings. Okay. Ward off demons. Alright, so this has to be Miralles, I guess. But I don't think so. I mean, he's never played that line that I recall. Or did he? I don't remember him playing this. Someone else played it. I gotta stop playing Knight C6 in every Sicilian. Yeah, Hey It's Miro plays it. It was probably him. There was also another player who played it on my stream. I was supposed to like do something weird, play C5 and take with the bishop. Isn't that it? It's so strange and feels unnatural. I just don't want to do that. Do I have to do that? Zen Chess played an Italian game against me last week in a training game, and he submitted the game for the Thursday subscriber stream, and I forgot to analyze it, or I didn't notice it. So I owe Zen Chess a game analysis for this coming week, guys. I'm leaving on Thursday for a little mini trip, so we're not going to have any stream Thursday, Friday, or Sunday next week. Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday are off for me. The second half of next week is off. Just so everybody knows. Just to warn you, no Sunday next week. G3. Wow, that's a weird move. Okay. Wish I knew what I was doing. This is the only good thing that happens. Thank you, man. It's flattering. Catalan. So it's like a Catalan with takes and knight c3. Drinking beer. Isn't there beer on Sundays? There's never any beer on Sundays? No, this is weird. Okay, what do I do? Bishop d7? It's a funky and creative approach. Sorry, Mr. Coffee. There goes your social life. Yeah, I gotta get treatment for my brain fog. I'm gonna get a new brain transplant. Oh, that's like a Mr. Someone on Sound System. Sound System. Someone on Sound played this against me. That's a pretty good move. There's no really good way of meeting this. Oh boy, I have a bad feeling about this. Alright. Yeah, they're gonna do experimental Elon Musk stuff to me. Nothing could be worse than the way my brain is functioning now. It was awful today trying to play 5-0 chess on. I felt weird. I couldn't play. It was like, where's my 3-second increment? Now what do I do? Knight a6. Oh. Knight a6 is okay here. How does that work? Knight a6. What's up with knight a6? Maybe I need glasses. I don't know. I wonder if going to the optometrist and getting glasses would help. Maybe I have eye strain and I think I have brain fog. He doesn't have f3 because his knight's on f3. How am I playing this line? This Caro? What did I do? Oh, I played e6. Okay. The important thing is that we have approval from Arsenal fan. I tried this experimental microchip implant. Well, queens get trapped. Yeah. I thought about it for a little while. So I take the rook, knight c3, and my queen is not quite trapped yet, but will be soon. Like a b3 Sicilian. Queen a1, knight c3. So let's say like b5. Seriously, why do you have to play this stuff? What is this? Trap it for the content. I think I have eye strain. I think I need glasses. I don't even know. It hurts my head to even think about it. I mean, honestly, that's not something I should do, you know? Risk getting my queen trapped in the corner. Queen takes a1, bishop b2. What are you guys talking about? Caro Khan again? Asterbate, did you disconnect? You said you're not in, right? This has got to be Naj Papa. But would he play bishop f4? That's kind of weird. This has got to be Princess Chess. Yep. That's the second one I've discovered. For some reason, there are very few players in my stream who play the Joko piano. It's usually played by, like, beginners. But to be fair, I mean, it started to be picked up on all levels. Just for some reason, we just don't happen to have too many people here who play it. Though, as I said, Zen Chess played it against me the other day. He played a proper Gioco. This is Gioco Pianissimo. So this is quiet, top of the line, quiet, Italian. Don't know who this is. So you did drop out. Alright, sorry, Astrobate. I saw when it dropped to 24 players, but I never thought, oh, that's Astrobate, of course. Overprotection. No, well, yeah, you can play that Arsenal, but it's probably not good. Tempting, but I believe it's not good. No. Sadly, no. I don't believe so. But don't take my word for it. You should double check. This is Notch Papa. No, it's a Meeboyd. This is not the first time. Meeboyd and Notch Papa have very similar repertoire. Conspiracy theory? We've said this before. There is a conspiracy theory that those guys are the same player. Though I didn't really put that much stock in it. I mean, I did create it, but at the same time. Wouldn't be the first time. Well, Meeboyd's more mysterious. We know Notch Papa's from Hungary. Doesn't have as much info on a Meeboyd. Neighbor. Yeah, I definitely have something going on, like eye strain. I feel like my eyes hurt. Another BOGO. Really need more openings. Whoa, wait, just looks like a mouse slip. But whatever it wasn't good. Oh, it can't really be a mouse slip. What would he play? H3 would have lost a piece anyway. Kind of a passive Kali ready here. Like you're playing black with white. Another one of these. We have two Rossalimos, but Knight C3 is not such a big deal. What's the plural of Rossalimo? Good question. Rossalimos sounds weird. My son said we had gyros. And he says gyros is it's like, what is the plural of gyros? Hyroses. What how do you say for plural gyros? That's the question that we're all thinking constantly. Question on everyone's mind. Gyros in the plural. Very similar to my game today. Nah, you did what? C4? Now this is different. He didn't do C4. Yes, 93. Yes, no. I gotta get out of here. King Norlek Center. Maybe bishop d6 would be a good idea. Maybe knight f6 would be a good idea. Where do I go? Knight f6. Knight f6. Slav. The Geller Gambit. Our opponent played the Geller Gambit. Wow. Alright. You know I'm inexperienced in the black side of the Slav then. Testing me. This is not good. Multiple gyros. Bishop e7, very dynamic move. So what on bishop g4? What on? What on? Oh man, another. Please no more Caro Khan. Can't believe 3 people let me play the Caro Khan. I gotta cut back, man. Actually, I had 2 Caro Khans today. One of them I drew them both. No, I won one and drew the other. But they were both awful positions. That's, yeah, actually, now that I think about it. I think I had like 2 lost positions. I managed to defend both of those atrocities. One I was just like down upon for nothing. The other I just had a train wreck of a position. Queen c2. But this knight doesn't really do much damage here. a4, trying to trap me on the queen side. The a4. So what do I do with that anyway? At least finally something fun. It's kind of Benoni. Supposed to play e5. I don't really know this line well. Never played it correctly in the old days. Chizinu did what? Knight a3. Headed for c2. Right. Well, that's interesting. That's how I lost the pawn today. I like put my knight in here and they just took it. I never really had enough compensation. I thought I did. Well, maybe we won't do that. What would Acerbate do? Acerbate Cheesy Noob. They've had many battles. It wasn't Cheesy Noob, it was someone else. Acerbate, you had similar positions against someone else. Who was that? It was something in the closed Sicilian. It was some kind of closed Sicilian where Acerbate was black. I remember now. This knight a3 against knight h6. Interesting. You're covering that. How about e5? This is funny. I won the piece the same way in 2 games. Funny, haha. Whoa. What are the chances? Another Stonewall? Can't believe it. Speaking of what are the chances? Another Stonewall. Well, I don't know what you call, whether you call what Cheesy Noob is doing the Stonewall. That's not clear to me. A4 right away? Huh? So I'm supposed to play a6? Or what here? a6, take, e5, knight d5, knight takes b5, that loses a pawn. Am I supposed to play b4? I'm caught like playing the black side of the Slav. Bishop b7? Is that a good move? That's what I'm supposed to play, isn't it? Here? e5 there. Takes. Bishop takes, knight g4. Benoni. Man, queen c2. Very early move. That looks familiar too. Someone else played that against me a while back. Looks like something Sumahair would allow. Is this him? It's gotta be Sumahair. No! Mr. Sohan is imitating Sumahair. Unbelievable. With the early queen c2. It's a Panov. That was a bad call. It was an e4 move order. It couldn't be you. Yeah, that was stupid. I should have known it couldn't be Sumahair. It's similar to Sumahair. Just a coincidence. Yeah, I should have known. I thought I was winning a piece here. I don't know. Not winning a piece. Obviously, that's a fantasy. So that's not Naj Papa. I could always play d5 in one move. Here we did win a piece. Piece is good. Being a piece is good. Trade pieces, good. Keep simple. Talk like caveman. Another Stonewall. If I play d5, knight e5. Mr. Coffee, are you out there? Who's playing an e3? This was Sumahara, right? We've guessed 3 people. Gotten a few wrong. Wait a minute. Knight takes e5, d takes e5, bishop takes g2. We can do that anytime. Give me that. Oh, okay. Quiet. Well, that's not Mr. Slow, at least. So who else plays the Roslimo? Arsenal fan? Is that you? Are you're doing the Roslimo again? Got him. Tried to sneak me there. I had a game where I lost to you in this, right? I still like lay awake nights having horrible visions of that. Two times the charm. No, I just remember that you played that against me before. What if c5 here? What is this? Oh, this was the accelerated Queen's Indian game. Oh man, I screwed up? No. It'd be nice to have bishop a6. So it's just a normal Queen's Indian. Oh, the pre-mover. We got a pre-mover in the house. Naughty, naughty. Is that Ruslan up to his old bad habits again? Yeah. There's a special place in hell for SIMUL pre-movers. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. Are you serious? Dumbed down forever. I never had anyone play g3 against me before here. What am I gonna do? Do I have knight b6? King d8. Well, I guess I just have to develop. What's up with this? Take, bishop takes c3, queen takes c3, check. And like knight d7. I wonder who this is. Man, that's scary. Try to keep it simple against Cheesy Noob. Don't let him create any chaotic complications. What about this, though? It's a standard position, I guess. How about C6? Recommended. Check. I know, right, Arsenal? Simul prep? Unbelievable. Simul preppers. I have the wrong guy for you. You're playing black. We already saw you. You were the first one I caught. Don't even try to trick me, Mad Remus. I guessed you on like move 3. Classical Scheveningen. I think I had this with Mr. Slow before. I think I had this before. Yeah, I think we did. H6, bishop f6, queen f6, whatever. It's like a Rogozin. Now there's a move I've definitely not seen lately. Okay, this is a kind of weird line with the knight on c3. So what are you going to do? Yeah, so I thought I was going to take on c3 here before I hang a bishop. The Benoni. Knight e2 there. Yeah, I'm not playing d5 against Princess. Princessa. Now, who is this evil person? Want a pawn against me? Bishop takes e4. Bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4. I just lost a clear pawn. It's wonderful. What a pro, and they didn't use any time. I'm gonna guess that this is Slendrina. Nope. Oh, it's Mert LGNS. He's 1400, but 1900 in classical rapid. Lost a clear pawn here. Nice. Never seen anybody do it like that before. Yeah, it's always these like weird ratings that I pay attention to. The question mark 1609. Those shouldn't even be there. If you don't have enough games, it shouldn't say anything. It just messes with your mind when you see people say it's like 1609. Although he is not high rated in Blitz. I don't know what to do. Alright. Whatever. D5 save the pawn. Yeah. You know what the frying pan and the fire, how that works. Pick your poison. You lose a pawn or get ravaged by, like, knight b5. Wait, see, you're saying I could play d5, cd5, cd5, knight b5? I have castles? What? Did I hallucinate? It's possible I just hallucinated. It wouldn't surprise me if I had a total hallucination. I stared at the position for like 3 minutes, convinced myself that I didn't have a move, and that d5 didn't work. I'm a tempo down, why? I couldn't... Oh, I hadn't played bishop g7, yeah. Yeah, Arsenal scared me. Of course. Oh, I gotta turn this off. Alright. Revealing secret identities. Gotta get that bishop. Now, if I recall correctly, against Arsenal, somehow I played like d5 the wrong moment or too early. The pawn was lost, exactly. I haven't even played bishop g7 yet. This is the amoeboid. Yeah. Pretty unpleasant. Be down a pawn there. So I wanted to check my queen on c6. Alright. E takes d5. Very provocative, Mr. Slow. Agnes Kardusky, thank you for donating 200 bits. Distractionary bit donation. What am I doing? Knight d7? Nothing wrong with knight d7. Is there? I'll have to take with a pawn on d5. Don't really want to do that. So what's my choice? Giving up tempo here? Not loving that. Don't really want to lose a tempo. So what's the freaking move? Queen a5? No. Come on now. Take. Just take. Do the Karpov. Don't mention Karpov. Forgot he's like cancelled. Alright. Thank you, Agnes Kardusky. Thanks to all of you guys and girls for donating. Alright, cheese noob. What about Kasparov? What? 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 Come on. C5? Someone said Benoni? What do I do? Wow, King's Indian Pro with white. Speaking of... the bleep. Okay, this is just solid for black. Just solid. Cap knob. Good old cap knob. D5. Let's just castle. Here's the game where I'm down a pawn. Are we having fun yet? Ay, ay, ay. It's a little early to resign, I would say. Let's play the Dutch. Wait. The artist formerly known as Cap Knob. Oh. Same Mr. Coffee. Alright, Queen E2. I saw that. Saw what you're doing there. That's a tricky, weird opening. $22-minute man. Damn, the Bishop A3. Accelerated Kali system. Wait, what was this? This was the Stonewall. Wait, this was Cheesy Noob. This was Cheesy Noob, and I've been getting it wrong all the time? This was Cheesy Noob, and I was thinking the other game was Cheesy Noob, and that's why I was wrong. Now I get what you're talking about. I had lost track of my Cheesy Noobs, like somewhere mid-game, mid-opening. Started to believe he was the other one. Right? Is that what was going on here? I thought this was Cheesy Noob, but it's not. This is someone else. Whoa. You're giving me that pawn? A free pawn. I've got to take it. Lost track of my noobs. Bishop. Bishop H5 G4. Bishop G6. Or just trade off. Usually people leave the tension here. Or don't leave the tension here, I should say. So I don't really know this too well. Jesus, with the aggression. I don't think you're being aggressive enough. If I wasn't up a rook, it would be really scary. What am I up a knight? A knight. Good thing I have some compensation for that scariness. I've been subjected to some strong sing side. The sing side. It's like a sing song. King side attack. Is this Ruslan? This is Morales. That adds up. Yep. Should have known it. Well, I kind of did subconsciously know it was Morales. By process of elimination, the only other advanced Caro-Kann player. The question is, what do we do about it? XL Poker, welcome. Sleepy. I was sleepy today. I'm better now. I don't think McDonald's has any caffeine in their coffees. McDonald's coffee in the morning, it was like never had any effect. It was like I hadn't had any coffee at all. I just drank some brown watery liquid that was like caffeine. Maybe they gave me like decaf by accident or something. I felt absolutely no effect from it. The price is enough to just sap your energy right there. No dose. So what's up with this pawn? My Andy Soltis. I never played this line for black. Queen b4. No? Isn't this... Probably some queen trap. No, you can't play bishop f1. Lay it on me. Queen b4. Knight e5. Knight e5, queen b3. Yeah, well, I'll play c6 first, and then g5. Yeah, that player needs to take more time. Time taker. Taker of time. I feel like I'm playing the Latvian. This is crazy. Okay. So who could this be? Is that Slendrina? Yes. That's 6 guesses. Is that 6 or 5? Did anybody keep track? I guess Slendrina. I wonder if we had a similar game once. Now I don't know what to do. I feel like Cheesy Noob. No. Player who's not Cheesy Noob. This is the real Cheesy Noob. The fake Cheesy Noob is on the other board, pretending to be Cheesy Noob. This is the real one, pretending to be Magnus Carlsen. The real noob and the fake noob. Okay, I don't know who this is, but it's not a critical opening. So what are you supposed to do here? It's awfully symmetrical. That's not exciting. What would Frank Marshall do? Where's Uber driver, by the way? Speaking of Frank, where the heck is Uber driver? All right, I gotta get out of here soon. Obviously. Whoa. Wow. Wow. Frank would love this too, honestly. Frank had a thing for knight h5. Knight h5. Favorite move. So what do I do here? So hard to decide. Just overrun him? Yeah, now I can't castle. At least temporarily. It's a minor inconvenience. No losing today. Remember. Maneuverer. Maneuverability. Whoa. It's a London system player. I like it when they attack g6 with all of their pieces. Hello, DigiWorld. Yo, you're attacking my pawn? How dare you? This player is using too much time. Not enough time. Or too much. You be the judge. I had a similar London system against my teammate Gal Istvan today, where I lost on time in an equal position. Because I love to do that. Love losing on time. What can I say? I just love to lose on time. That's what I live for. That's what we live for. Alright. I don't know. Are we still in book? Book! Have you seen the book? Too many weird positions today. Many weird positions. Mr. Miyogi. Mr. Morales. Whoa. Alright, I'm definitely getting out. Oh, he's on my pawn. That's not good. And I'm not getting out. Okay. I guess not. A6. How do you want to defend that pawn? Queen c6. Could always play that. It's a move. It's legal. Wait. The Grishuk. Whoa. G4. That's not very nice. What do you got? I'm personally celebrating. My celebration is... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My celebration is... losing a piece. I'm celebrating losing a piece. How about you? Celebration of qualifying for Hungarian First Division. My team. How did this happen? Are you serious? Queen takes Queen e4, the master of tricks. I have Bishop a6. Sacking the exchange. Take that. Almost works. Queen takes, Queen e4, Bishop a6. Bishop takes a6, Knight takes a6. Queen there. Rook there. Take that, take that, take that, take that with check. He moves his king. Then I take that. It's gonna be like losing a piece. Chess hostages. So I could take with the g-pawn if I have to. That's not great, but at least it might not be as bad as the other way. G takes, Queen e4. Bishop a6. Takes the rook, takes on c4. Queen takes, Queen e4. What about trapping his king and his queen in the corner? Isn't that a thing? G takes, Queen e4. Like, Queen c7. Queen a8, Queen c4. I have more options this way. Options are good. Ambulance. A lot of ambulance around here. That's not good. Well, here I could sack the exchange. Knight c4, bishop f8, queen f8. Probably not. Not unreasonable. But the real question is it necessary? Serious ambulancing going on. That's why I have the ambulance emote. It sounds so loud up here. Magnus Jr. is leaving the chat, he said. So they just have to play this routine move. Sadly. What a weird position this one is. Yes. Knight. Damn. Castles. Takes, rook takes, queen takes. Losing a pawn is always good. Is knight takes f7 serious? Damn. This really shouldn't be anything for white. Theoretically. Why play bishop g2 here? Seems a bit strange. That's strange too. g5 strange. Taking. Yeah, that c4 is not a bad move, I guess. What's happening here? Wait, what? Bishop b2? Ah. Hold on for a second, guys. Alright, we're back. Time to turn off the guessing game here. Last round of guesses. I don't know who this is. No guess. I guess it's Alexander Grishuk. Somebody who used a lot of time. This is Noob. The Noob. Yeah, time. The fake cheesy Noob. Yo, you have a check there. That's not very friendly. Who is this, anyway? Wow, B4. Looky at that. That was Slendrina. White's hanging a pawn here? Check and take? I don't know, man. Knight takes E4? No. H6. What about H6? Bishop H4, Knight takes E4. Bishop takes E7. Knight takes E3. Oh man, who is this? With the E6. Theoretical expert. Anyway, who's playing the Evans? Who the heck is playing the... Who's a D4 expert with white? Queen E4? Bishop A6. Now here's the moment of truth. Bishop A6 or Queen C7? That's the real question. Queen C7. Take. He takes my rook. I take the bishop. I don't know, man. Your guess is as good as mine. Is my knight hanging too? What? Knight A3. This is a freebie. It looks like a sort of freebie. I don't know what's going on there. Man, who is this? Alright, I'm going to have to release the identities of everyone soon. The delayed C4. Highly suspicious. That must be Save a Dog. No, this is S. Garcia. Okay. I knew this was a good player, despite the quiet opening. He did the C3 opening usually. So he's incorporated that in there. It's like a strategy of pretending that you're a beginner with a weird opening and then turning out to be much better than that. Taking time off from the Masters. Alright. Yeah. Faking me out, pretending to be like a weak beginner with a quiet opening. Cheesy Noob does that too. The C3 is very effective. I just think that I'm Pillsbury in the house. Yeah, I just think that I'm playing like an 800 when they play C3 in the first 4 moves. And immediately I start to underestimate my opponents. Mr. Slow, move 11, you're late. We missed you. You're supposed to play. Where's your note from the doctor? I don't even know, what am I supposed to play in this position? This position is getting on my nerves. I'm gonna move my rook back now? Seriously? Miralles? Morales is finally castled. A note from the doctor that I don't have a brain. Can we get like a special kind of handicap division for people who are like brainless? You might have to start. Don't start, Arsenal. Don't even start yourself. The pro. Or unless they call him the pro. That's his new name. You've got no chance. No chance. Should have seen me playing 5-0 Blitz today. It was a horror show. Horror show. B4 and Bishop G5. Because that's a natural mix. Lock him up. All right. What are we going to do here? We have 2 Grishucks. Or that was a different game. 2 Grishucks. Okay. Grishuk 1 and Grishuk 2. It's like cat in the hats. Cats in the hats. Cats in hats. And all that's. Just take over the whole board. Whatever you want. Okay. Yep. Classic Italian game. D5. Knight somewhere. Is this okay? Can I do this? Who is this with white? All I know is I'm going to guess the rating of the white player here must be like 800. I don't know who this is. This is Naj Papa. Oh man. Seriously? Notch Papa plays... Wow. I mean, I don't normally play the Slav. But I didn't pick him for someone who would play the Geller Gambit with white. He's not 800. Better than that. I was just kidding anyway. I couldn't have guessed him. I didn't know what he played against the Slav, but I wouldn't have put him on a gambit. Knight A3, this is weird. The player used all their time. Does this save a dog? Asterbate, you're in? Asterbate, you lied. You said you got knocked out. You said you didn't enter. What? Asterbate, you deceived everybody. What's this? You lying. You lying, man. You claimed you didn't get in the SIMUL. You made up some story. I can't believe it. He would do that. That's insane. Losing patience here. Do you have any other patience? Doctor? Asterbate, like, straight up lied and said that he didn't get in the SIMUL. I don't know, I think there should be some sort of penalty for that. How could I guess him when I didn't know he was in the SIMUL? Of course I didn't guess him. He didn't know he was in the SIMUL. Wow, this is a good move. D5 was a good move there. I am not happy about that. How about knight e4? Whoa, am I going to lose material? Yep. Sure am. If I don't do something, comes the stonewall attack. Wait, do I have queen a6? Yeah, that hangs a queen. But other than that, it's good. It's a good idea. It was a good idea. Absolutely. Wait, what? That was your last move, rook ac1? How about some easy games, people? This is the alternate. Cheesy noob from an alternate dimension. So the Grishuk 2. Alright, now I gotta really think about this. F5. I can do this, right? It's legal. Look at Asterbate with a funky knight a3. Funky cold Medina. Oh my god. My worst position ever. The ultimate Slav player. Hey man, check out my chessable on the Slav. Although, you know, to be honest, like, Notch Papa could probably... He could probably beat me with black here. What's up with knight a6? Whoa. Queen f4. What is that? Yeah, he wants to play like knight e5. Weird. Rook e8. Wait, Cheesy Noob, you did what? You traded on d7? Say what? Oh, that's a relief. Not as bad as it could have been. I feel like. Now, there is an option to play king f8 here. Maybe it should be seriously considered, but I don't think so. In the bomb shelter. Yeah, I can't believe this position for white is okay. That looks really dubious for white. Did I blunder something yet? Who is this? Chess master. We're like symmetrical. Ah. What am I gonna do? This is a weird game, man. They've used -8 minutes or something. Alright, I'm giving up with guessing here. Tata 190. Aha, so it's a 2200. That just plays too fast. I thought I was better. Perhaps not. Whoa. Check e5. What's happening now? Winston Burchill. No. No. Maybe I should take first. Take first. And then take on c3. And then take on f6. This is weird. Maybe I should take on c3 first. Take on c3 first. Yeah, that's pretty scary. But that's maybe my safest option. I don't know. Take on c3, take with the bishop, take with the bishop. This is odd. The opening didn't seem right for white. Maybe, maybe not. This is going to take forever. Properly finish this off. Chess besties. Okay, so f4. Alright. You played f4. What are you going to do now? You're going to do everything? You've moved all your central pawns. What if I move my f-pawn? What if I say did like f5 or something? Would it be such a big deal? What if I play h4? Then you play like bishop g4. So that's not such a good idea. What to do? What's the best move? Not clear. Really not clear what I should do here. H4, bishop g4, I guess. You know, but how bad is that? Bishop f5, take. E6 isn't a big deal. If he attacks it, I have g6. That maneuver is nice. So this is Stefano 8. C5. The Asterbait rook lift. So what's happening here? Uh-oh. Here it comes. Knight h2. Well, this is Sladgie. With the super weird. No relation whatsoever. Super weird exchange for Lopez. I don't know what to make of this. Children's. When in doubt, weaken your king side. We got a nice solid system here this time. Nothing special, but are you threatening b4? Uh-oh. The Asterbait Gambit. He's heading for knight b5 now. Oh, it looks like queen b6 is a totally normal move anyway. Then he'll play knight b5 anyways. Anyway. He just loves going to b5. Let's be... Uh-huh. Let's be... The what happened? Wow. Not a move I considered. Interesting. Bishop d8. It's all right. Sick in a good way or a bad way? Is that woke terminology? Alright, what are we gonna do? C4. Anyway, I didn't like F5 happening here. Look at that. Arsenal copying Morales. He's like, I like the way that looks. I'm gonna do the same thing. Yeah. Looks like I'm playing the Alyakin's defense. Unbelievable. Migrated to the king side. The great chess migration. So if I play, yeah, I don't want to lose the e4 square. Not really. Damn, is that going to be a problem? Yeah, this guy has 21 minutes left. It's a lot of time. A lot of time. Take your time, friend. This is a really strange position. It's just getting weirder and weirder. Really have to develop my pieces. Okay. Can I trap his rook? Not quite. There are some interesting possibilities. B6. CK Law is... It's like every week is a completely unrelated game. It's like he's a totally undefinable style. I can't recognize this game. Him or her. Very different all the time. H5. It's nothing special. Nothing special. So what am I doing? Yeah, I gotta play H5 at some point. Maybe it's a blunder, but that's Ruslan. Ah, Ruslan's a time bear. Time bear. Bear in time. Bishop. Have a nice bishop. Can I just trade queens at some point? Please? Help yourself. He resigned. I don't know why. Man, one of my teammates showed me this game he had against an FM years ago where his opponent resigned in a drawn position. That hurts. That definitely hurts. I don't know what to do here. Alright, Astrobate's playing the Gambit. Uh-oh. Alright, I think White could have played this better. Cheesy Noob, that's your king side, man. Are you sure you want to do that to your king side? Don't love your king side. Love me, love my king side. Choosing to trade queens, plus 12 position. Blundering mate in 2. That's worse. No, the funny thing was, so the guy was playing some open, and he's like 1900, and his opponent is a 2300 FM. He finally reaches a position where it's like a forced draw, and he knew it. You know, the guy has to make a repetition, like perpetual check. So he went, this was in like the Netherlands, and he went out of the room to get a beer, because you can drink in the tournament hall. And he was sure it was a draw, so he was happy. He went to get a beer, and he came back, and he figured the guy would like draw, or offer a draw, and the guy just resigned. It's pretty funny, man. You're like the higher rated player, and you just like resign. He sees his opponent getting a beer, and he figures he's lost or something. Alright, let's try, it's interesting. Let's try c4. Look at this crazy position. Do the Yasser. Be the Yasser. Okay. What am I doing? I don't know. Bishop f3. Right. Traps abounding. Is that a good move? Yes, sir, Bob. Alright, this gotta go. Bye-bye. Yes. I thought I had something here. A4. Not so sure about it anymore. Should I take? Acerbate the Gambit. The Gambit kid. Nice Gambit. What an ugly position. Truly ugly. The knight has cometh back. Backeth. B3. Should I go D5? I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. A4. You say so? You don't say so. You want to do that? Like sack a pawn? Sack a pawn to... Right? So theoretically, if I move my bishop to b7, I'm up a piece, right? Bishop b7, rook b8. I could have just taken on a1. Isn't that just easier? Why did I do that? Why do I see this move at the last second? There's just a much easier way to play. Why do I literally only see that at the last possible second? Wow, Morales, shocking move. Morales allowing simplification. Can we get like a wellness check on Morales? Maybe send some EMS to his house. See if he's alright. Trading pieces voluntarily? He must be ill. We need a wellness check. He must have got distracted by the baby. That's like someone on sound trading pieces. They're actually very similar. I don't think that it's that bad. I'm just saying it's stylistically surprising from him, you know. Did you make a pre-move? No, I don't know about that. What happened here? Man, give him a chance. I can lose any position. Enough is enough. F6. Look out. Yeah, I don't know, man. Alright, there goes my good bishop. I could sack my queen. Bishop F5. Okay, the wide world weird of sports. I get it, man. This is very strange. Maybe it's time to trade bishop. Those are nice bishops. Now that's a pair of bishops right there. Uncharacteristic. Batten down the hatches against Morales. Watch this guy. That's gotta be a mistake. He didn't take my pawn offer. I have e5. Maybe I should have thought of that last move. Kind of a crazy decision. This is an interesting game. Bishop b1, the sneaky bishop crouching tiger. Sneaky bishop. Yeah, my d6 pawn is annoying to defend here. Morales 2. Yeah, it's the bad Alekhine. F5. Better prepare yourselves for this. Though I do have bishop h4 at some point, which is a classic plan. F5 takes en passant. How bad is it, doctor? You can tell me, I can take it. How bad is it? G6 or F5? Feels like G6 just makes it worse. It's terminal. How long do I have? I have like 40 minutes max. It's not funny. Oh, this is Ruslan, right? Prober. How about developing? Masturbate with the gambit? Now that pawn is hanging. You can't have my pawn. I said no. You're not welcome to my pawn. Look at that pawn structure. I'm just going to walk right into a hedgehog where he's got knight d4 and knight b5. Don't like that. Queen c8. Alright, it's not such a bad hedgehog. Man, the ambulance, knock it off, ambulance. That's very repetitive. What if I go crazy like Morales style? Alright, let's do it. This is so risky strategically. Thank you, Mr. Coffee. Ambulance emote in the house. Man. Everyone sucks but me. Okay. I don't agree. I suck too. Oh no, that's what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. I agree. No, I agree wholeheartedly. Save a dog now with bishop g5. Aha. Threatening. By the way, did you have knight f7? You must have tanked forever on knight f7. And then declined to do it. But h6, like knight f7, king f7, queen e6 check. He sort of tanked on this move. For a good reason, probably. I can castle, but then I'm in like an eternal pin. It's not literally an eternal pin. It's just an almost eternal pin. Castle's knight g4, queen d4. Knight takes, bishop takes. Guess queen f3, nothing there. Take, queen f3. That's pretty annoying. Yeah, I don't feel like letting that happen. So it's like unpin now, or forever hold your peace. I can play h6, knight f7, king f7, queen e6 check, which still doesn't look convincing to me. You have bishop f4 there. Very strange. I can play queen e7. If I had more time, I'm sure I'm fine here. With limited time, there's a chance I make a mistake. I could unpin with queen c7. Maybe that's not so stupid. Queen c7. Bishop takes, bishop takes. Maybe it's not so stupid. I'm sure it'll be something that I missed. Alright. Here or late. Right. Princess Chess has lost the mojo of the center. But maybe it's still okay. The central mojo. I saw this game the other day, or on the net, where Black had a knight on... No, I saw it in a combination book. There was a knight on a7 for Black. There was some other characteristic. I mean, it has to be... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it had to be a gioco pianissimo. There was a knight on a7 in the structure. Like, that's really tough. Never would have guessed what that opening was. Hola! Going over the game last time. I forgot Zen Chess's game, though. Poor Zen Chess. I was supposed to analyze his game. Silvino Garcia, president of the Cuban Chess Federation. Yeah, I saw that. Thanks, man. Interesting. That was interesting. For sharing your idea about that. Okay. Enough, man. Release the tension here. H5? What a weird position. No, we were talking about analysis game from Thursday where Chescudo had talked about this idea in the French tirage. Don't worry, Morales. So what am I supposed to do here? Take defensive measures into your own hands. Be Acer mate. Acer mate. Serbic. Enough is enough from you, bud. Bishop e5. A weird position. What about knight e5? Can I do like a Bobby Fischer knight? I have a Bobby Fischer knight. Knight g4 here? You're not pinning me. Mate. Mate, I say. Alright, Silvino. You're not in Cuba anymore. So what am I supposed to do? Queen b7, queen b5? Queen b5 is more active. Pawn pressure. Ponda. Ponda pawn pressure. Pawn pressure with Ponda. How about rook c8? Quickly now. Oh man. This is this guy's deal. Wow. This is getting weirder and weirder. Not a lot of options there. Yeah, I knew you were going to play that. Knight b1. Kind of a classic idea. Obviously. Well, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Maybe bishop b7. Or everything's bad. Knight c6. Damn. What am I supposed to do? There's something nice about this. White's still like pretty solid, and he hasn't used any time. It's really freaking me out. He's freaking me out. Here to freak you out. Take your time. Offering another pawn. Say what? Wow. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. Unbelievable. Show me the money. Where is it? How does that work? Masturbate's never sure. He's totally speculating. I love this. This is a crazy position. That's awesome. Now what? You're gonna live with my knight on e5? That's completely normal. Just leave it there? Okay. Maybe I'll hang mate in 1. You're threatening f4? Or not? f4. Queen h7 check. King h7. Mother of all knights. Good God, man, what is this? I don't know. It's hurting my eyes. That position. Save your dog. Wait, what? Knight a3, right. Right. Okay, now what? Rook. Oh man. He has all kinds of tricks no matter what you do. Very strange. Bishop e5. I guess I have to play bishop e5. What else am I gonna do? Oh, that's crazy. Wasn't the original plan. Oh my gosh. That looks kind of dangerous. Wow. Okay, Arsenal. So what do I do? I don't think this is so over, but it may not be good. Not clearly over yet. Can I play a4 at some point? please. Eventually. Speaking of A4. So solid. Wow. Now what do I do? Pardon. Good bishop or bad bishop? Bishop E1. Unbelievable. A lot of tough games here. F5. Looks familiar. No, that's not happening. Fully operational. Fully mully. Wow. Now what do I do? Rook somewhere. Wait, what's up with your pawn? Uh-oh. Queen A3. So what do I do here? She's gonna pile up on the E5 pawn to keep protecting. I don't really want to trade my good bishop. The Nimzo. This is really not a normal position. I wasn't sure which way Arsenal would take back there. Take it back, Arsenal. Take it back. I said take it back. Oh my god, Mr. Slow. What happens if I play f5? A stupid question I just randomly thought I'd ask. I think I have to play bishop b7. But you might want to consider taking on c3. Let's see, takes. Takes. Might want to consider that. Of course, Cheesy Noob took the bishop. So what is going on here? b6? Do I really want to do that? Gotta do something. Just not that. I just did that, right? This is a really weird game. Yeah, you came back. Right. Right. So my rook a6. Your rook was on b5 already? Your rook was on b6. Putting it on b5 now. Huh. Strange situation. Wow. Okay. So I have knight c4. My gosh. That's pretty bad. I wonder about bishop c3 though. That's illegal. Okay. This is crazy. What is happening here? Knight c4, c3. I'm hallucinating. Seriously having hallucinations. Knight takes g4. Leads to some complications. Five players gone. Masturbate did what? I have f6. Probably a sensible precaution. Like, if I'm gonna blunder against someone, you know, who am I most likely to blunder against? Anyone? Any guesses? Queen c4. Good guess. I could have contented myself with, like, just holding the position, but instead I'd have an idiotic hallucination and lose. That's an awesome guess. King here. What is going on with this guy? b5. There goes the queen side. Let's put my queen on the only square my rook can go to. That's a knight. Whatever it is. Let's not. Let's say we did. I can't believe it. That's unbelievable. I just gave you my central pawn. What is that? B pawn? Central pawn. I just gave you a pawn for nothing. The guy literally just played queen d4. What the heck? It's crazy. I don't know, this guy seems awfully strong. He's 1400 bullet. Man, I'm getting tortured here. Well, he's probably good in endgames and everything else. Alright, whatever. So, Notch Papa. Very dangerous in time pressure. The minute I start getting ambitious, I start, like, dropping pieces. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's too complicated. I think I'm better with the two knights, but I'm really not certain. Alright, so Arsenal's attacking the e6 pawn. Something new and totally different. I like black better there, but as usual, I'm really, really low on time. Let's put my pieces where they're, like, hanging. Yes? My queen is on d6 in, like, every game. Except for this one. Okay. What's this? Yeah, that's stupid. Alright. Let's blunder whenever possible. Mr. Slow? Okay. What am I gonna do? What a wild man. Mr. Slow, wild man. Chess genius. Okay. You're defending your bishop. His check? I don't know. It's not found a defense, of course. Time leader. Whoa. The idea was what, e5? You have a check, winning a pawn? Sneaky. I guess I just lost everything. In one move, we'll just make it complete. Just lose it all while we're here. Why do it halfway? We can just lose it all. Wait, what happened now? Sleeping tiger. Okay, bishop g4, this is a funny. You like those bishops. It's a funny. Not sure that's my best move, but he's definitely pinned. For what it's worth. I don't know, this Slandrina character, they're now 2200 blitz. It's gotta be a multi-accounter. I don't know who it is. Little reminiscent of Uber driver. I think it's the user formerly known as Merle. Maybe. They're really fast, and they almost never lose. It's the same as Merle was. They didn't seem that strong in the very beginning, though. That was weird. Maybe I was wrong all along about that account. They were 1876 in the beginning. So what am I going to do here? Oh, okay. Get mated? We'll try. I'm trying. Okay, this is just too bizarre. This has definitely crossed the line of the too bizarre into the too bizarre world. I don't know, man. This is freaking me out. My bishop's not doing anything on c8, huh? Wow, d4. Spirit animal. That's crazy. So I won a pawn here. He lost his pawn. Yeah, that's crazy. He was better. This is a really weird game. I was thinking f5. There's a lot of players who just don't use any time at all. There are a lot of players, I should say. They religiously don't believe in using time. The use of time is against their religion. The use of time is against my religion. Time is holy. Which way did he go? Mother. Yep. Yep. It's gotta go. Oh my god. What? That's a pawn. Arsenal must have made a mouse slip. You just made a mouse slip. Now clearly that queen takes, bishop f5. Yes. You rang. Uh-oh. That's not very nice. Man. Yeah, bishop takes b3, knight d6. No. Yeah, her knight is trapped on e8. So theoretically I could play that, but it sucks anyway, so forget it. Wow. So what am I going to do? It's a strong knight. Damn it. Can I play queen d8? I'm getting in trouble here. And I drifted. Totally drifted into this disaster. Wow. Princess Chess is just better. That's a disaster. In totality. Alright, I gotta just play faster. Arsenal got bored. This is crazy, but we gotta do something. Tata Steel. What? Wow. Alright, I'm losing my mind. What just happened? I'm gonna give him a pass pawn. No. gotta get rid of that. Oh, you took another pawn. Wait. Knights Templar. Speaking of my knights. Lunch Papa really comes to life when he has under 2 minutes. He's like a new man. Usually. Maybe I should exchange that? Alright. Whew. This is a very unpleasant endgame. Really butchered this. Like a perfect game. Mother of perfect games. Dude, seriously, it's... I don't know, who am I playing? This is just brutal. It's like playing a GM or something. Suntarina is like playing a GM, basically. Pretty scary. It is pretty suspicious, of course. Goes without saying. We're gonna have to be careful. But some people like draws more than you. But forget Arsenal. You're not a big fan of draws. Don't go out of your way to draw. You could have a lot more draws if you wanted to. Oh, that's check! Wish I had realized that was check all along. Might have been a different story. Oh, man. White's gonna hang on here for a bit. No mates. Hang on for a bit, please. Speaking of bishops. Got a lot of knight versus bishop situations today. That's kind of weird. Not that I have anything against them. Here we go again. Yet another. Cheesy Canoob. Everyone sucks but me has sacrificed everything. Only 2 pieces. It's pretty wild. Only 2 pieces. Alright. Princess Chess, thank you. You're definitely better in that ending. Here I'm pretty close to busted. Pretty busted is right. There's always hope. This is an outstanding game by Mr. Slow. He seems to get stronger. He's been getting stronger lately. And he's got the Mr. Slow Nudge Papa skill of playing better when he's low on time. It's insane. He's played some insane games against me of late. I guess I should have put my king on h8, but I was probably lost anyway. This is like a... You could publish this game by white. I guess I just played really badly, to be honest, but I mean, his side is awesome. This is irritating. Alright. The guy has 20 minutes left. And then Ruslan in an endgame. Great. 6 minutes, 2 draws thus far. We're not even getting warmed up yet. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. What is happening? A trick? Constantly the hunt for bishops versus knight positions. On the hunt. Wow. All right. I guess I'm lost there. Safe to assume. The guy has 20 minutes left for reals. Everybody has 20 minutes left. Virtually. What happened? Knight f3. What? You played e4? Played a great game until that point. Maybe it's still a draw. How's my knight doing? Whoa. Where's my time going? Time bomb. Who does this remind me of? Somebody that I played recently. Sandrina, it's not suspicious that you have 15 minutes left? A little bit? Like, you should take a bit more time if we're gonna do this. I guess they're not the only one with the monster amount of time. Getting lucky against Notch Papa, I was in big trouble in that game. No, this game was embarrassing. Phew, just like destroyed. I was destroyed. Mr. Slow's special variation. Absolutely destroyed. Only because he donated 20 gift subs. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. So how do I win this rook ending? No, I traded rooks. What? What just happened? Are you serious? That works? Oh my god, it does. Yeah, probably I can't win this position. I don't know. Probing. Why was Morales thinking so long? Are you just trolling me? Wow. F4. Damn. That's brutal. Okay, I'm lucky if I survive here. Survival instincts. God, man. What's the last move? F4. I don't know. Maybe Ralph's got too fancy. I feel like I'm playing the Petrov. That was a Petrov, right? Good God. Time peoples. I should have done something else there. Probably. I don't know. I'm unable to figure out how to do that. Whoa. Hmm. Where's my time? Who did I lose to again? Oh. Mr. Slow. I forgot. How could I? probably the strongest player in the SIMUL is Slendrina, I would say. Well, Mr. Slow's good today. He's not always that consistent. But lately he's played quite well. Better than usual. What I'm impressed by is how well people play in time pressure the most. I think they would make blunders, but there's very few blunders. I allowed this G4. How's my rook doing? Queen check. Well, I never thought I'd see the day when Cheesy moved, like, his knight away. There, okay, knight takes. Wow. Alright. Oh my god. What is that? Into a pin? Are you kidding me? Knight takes e6? No. Knight d5? Takes. That's very bizarre. Playing for the win, of course. Wait, Cheesy knew broke on the queen side? Wow. I don't know. Did I resign? Dude, what is the deal with this guy? Did I just resign instead of accepting a draw? No. Looked like I resigned. Hush Papa found the most amazing move in history in that game. Well, at least it looked like it. I don't really know. Bamboozled. Well, there was a fantastic combination. I don't know if you saw it. It was more than just simple bamboozling. I'm not sure if it worked 100%, but it looked very, very tricky. Figured I could have been in trouble. I'm getting mated in some really crazy lines there. Holy mother of endgame masters. Batman. Where is this guy coming up with these moves? Damn. It's getting out of control now. Why did he sack the piece earlier? Like, what is the deal? Pancake God. God of pancakes. Whoa. Bean Boozle. Oh no, he's drawing this too? What happened now? Dude, I mean, what is going on here? But maybe I can try to win? Against Morales? How dare I? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Careful I'm not worse against Stefano. I don't understand. I have a threefold draw by rep. Like, if I claim it. Yeah. Why is it? So, Cheesy Noob instantly sees tactics. Instantly. In 1 second, he saw it. Unbelievable. Oh my god. That's so sick. God damn it. I don't know, Cheesy Noob beats me every week now. He's like a new man. Ooh, this game. What? Wait, what just got played? Oh, of course. Wait, what? Man. You're such a slimy, cheapo artist, Cheesy Noob. Damn it. What's happening here? I'm just lucky to draw, right? Should I try to win? Do I dare try to win? I should be happy with the draw from that lost Caro Khan. Wait, what? course there's no defense. I knew I was going to lose this game. Do I have a defense? At least it wasn't as bad as usual this week. I like how Cheesy Noob just like weakens his entire king side, and that's completely okay. Like, nothing could possibly go wrong. After playing g4 in the opening, it's like insane. If I played like that, I would lose every single game I ever played. g4? That's crazy. That's insane. Oh, he's going to... Yeah, of course, going to the queen side. Alright. Wow. Now what do I do? What a weird game this was. Very, very strange. I dropped a rook? Are you kidding me? What? Alright. Good game. Can't believe I dropped a rook. Right after I blundered. That's two blunders of rooks. No, one piece. Now, the time master. Unbelievable. It's amazing. Oh, another trick. You have another trick. Knight f3. Nice. So I can't even get access to the position. 3 blunders? No, 2. g4. Sandrina with more time than anyone in the whole SIMUL. Completely safe. Absolutely. Alright. Screwed up a lot of good positions today. Some not so good ones too. Time. Time is friend. Which rook do you want? It's a good question. Isn't being up a pawn worth anything? Unbelievable. The new Cheesy Noob. Now with more cheese. I can't get in, no matter what I do. Wait, takes on h4? No. That's not going to be good enough. Am I lost yet? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now how does this work? Wow, an actual mistake from someone? That's not possible. Impossible. How does my rook get in? I think White is like playing for a win. Down a pawn there. This looks kind of hopeless. Ten wins, 6 draws, 3 losses. Thus far. I guess I should just take. Now you offer a draw. The moment I'm better. No. Well, maybe I should move my king. But where? King e7? Uh-oh. Just gave me a knight. I guess he really legit missed it. G4? No, there's a check there. This kingside attack looks pretty strong. Serbic VIP. I don't know, man. What is the deal with everyone sucks but me? You're 1922 in rapid. Like, it's a crazy game. What's happening in the rook ending? Do I have a chance there? Ruslan. Scammer. Scammer or spammer? I have rook a7. Are we making progress? Well, I guess this is interesting. King d6 takes. 5. So what's the deal here? I just lost? Stay on his pawn, right? Pawn. There's still that check there. Wow. Shouldn't save them. But there's no reason to rush, right? There might be. What would Mr. Slow do? You gotta ask yourself. There's some crazy ass tactics here. I'm not sure. Am I like playing to lose or win this position? Did I make a move there? Guess I'm just lost. Oh, that was dumb. That was a pretty dumb move. I'm threatening something here, right? King f5. Interesting. Alright, last games. Thanks everybody for your support. I guess that's gonna be it soon. For me. I'm enjoying this ops color bishop position. You gotta be pretty sick to enjoy this. But what can I say? What can I say? Uh-oh. Queen a3 stopping. f3 as we know it. Yeah, we're gonna lose that one as well. Couple of interesting endgames. Actually, three. Three to be exact. Marauder. The Marauder King. How's your king doing? I guess I'll try something. I have bishop d4 check. Bishop f2. Takes. That's mate. What? That's so dirty. Offer to draw. Not yet. You calculated already with the engine or something. Even I didn't see that far. You must have calculated it with the engine. I don't know, man. I mean, I didn't see it was a draw already. Is it? Faster than me. Alright, he's got more time to think. Now b4 is a threat. Is it? Keep saying that. Well, I don't have a choice. Rook c7. Yeah. Good technique. I thought I had something there, but I guess not. That is a draw. That was a very strange game, to say the least. I'm irrationally trying to win. Oh, you have a defense to that too. That's amazing. Really? Wow. Oh my god, h4? h4, queen g2? Wow. Incredible. Thought I was actually winning. Oh my god, it's like they keep mining these tactics. It's very unbelievable. Ruslan has more time than anybody. Yeah, I generally don't offer a draw in such a situation when you're on the worst side. Alright. Can I win? Oh, another trick. This is crazy. Bishop e2. Bishop f2, queen f2, bishop h3 check. It's a pretty strong move. Then king g3, take, take. King e5, king g3, bishop f1. I'm not sure I'm winning this position. Later, Morales, thank you. It's the moral of the story. How's this ops color bishop ending, by the way? It doesn't look good for white. Side bishop h3 check. Wow, I'm gonna play the minor piece ending. You let me trade rooks. I don't think you should do that. Now, that's even a Magnus Carlsen draw. Just on principle, you know. I didn't take the draw right away. How about this passer? Yeah, he'll just take it. Alright. Oh, he found king g1. He, she, it. Outside pawn. Is this a draw too? Yeah, I mean, this has to be a win for me, right? With Super King? Super King. Dun dun dun. I mean, how he's in prison? How can he not be lost here? King b3, king e5, king f3, king f4. Can he draw, really? Like, lose a pawn and draw? I can't believe it. Right, this is what I looked at. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, that's not gonna save him. So G5. No, I can play king up. King up, king C4. Is there a way to win this? Don't know. Interesting endgames, at least. Thanks, Morales. Mr. Cuffy, thanks as always for being our moderator. Thanks to Mr. Slow for beating the crap out of me. And all the others. I lost 4. Not a bad result. If you would have taken my knight on move 17, I wouldn't have known which way to recapture. Of course. Don't remember. Okay, so G5. This has got to be a draw. It's always a draw. Yeah. We're actually going to maybe win a game against Sandrina. It's pretty unbelievable. So bishop e2 is the meanest move. I can keep all my pawns. E5 check takes. It's not so easy. I should probably just take on c4, but alright. Whatever. Not easy to beat, Merle. We're gonna have to take something eventually. And white resigned. So they are beatable. I managed to do it twice in the last 20 games. They found king c4. Yeah, that's probably a good try. King d6. As good as anything. So we got 2 games left. Ruslan. Not flagging me today. Can I win this? Can I get a witness? Can I witness? Can I mess this up somehow? Ah. Take f5. That's great. Wait, knight e7. I'm sure this is probably a draw. Not to say it's easy. Wish I was the one with more time. Can I get a headache? Oh, f5, right. That's my big idea. Put all my pawns in the wrong color. Okay, so first I go for this nugget. Now how do I win this? Well, how's he going to hold g4 and stop the passed pawn and corral my king? I probably have a d5 or f5 pawn break later if it's necessary. But I believe this is a draw. Very long game. 64 moves. 67. Not all ops color bishops are draws. Bishop b1. Ugh. King c2. King takes. Bishop e2. King g3. Oh wait. King e5. Check. Play it till the cows come home. Could have taken the free rook in the opening. What free rook? I had a free rook? Against you? Shocky? Uh-oh. King here? Am I like getting close to something? This passed pawn looks pretty juicy. Juicy! Speaking of juicy, is Art Vega streaming tonight? Isn't he usually streaming on Sundays? I don't see him on the list. Maybe he got deposed with Imran Khan. Alright. It's time for bad jokes. Man, this passed pawn is looking pretty menacing. Even for a bishop. I think he's in trouble. How's he going to stop that? I don't think I should win this, but I think I'm gonna. If I win to 14, 7, and 4. Generally speaking, I think knight versus bishop when you're down a pawn is often a draw. I'd be very surprised if White wasn't holding this somehow before. But it looks like it's lost now. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. No. Well, his only chance is bishop a4. So on c3 he has king e2. Now I'm just clearly winning. That was a kind of lucky game. I was making no progress for like 100 moves. I could have even been worse if I wasn't careful. Ruslan, the last one. Congratulations. He actually used his time. It's the most time he ever used. Thanks again to Mr. Slow, Asterbait, Mad Ramus, Princess Chess, Mr. Coffee, and Agnes Kardusky, Antonio, and everyone who's subscribed tonight. I'm not going to have too much time for review. Maybe just a couple games. A quick look at a couple positions. Tomorrow we'll be back. Next week is going to be a half week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Streaming. Monday Blitz, 11 a.m. CEST. Tuesday night Rapid Tournament. And Wednesday Blitz in the morning. We're off next Thursday through Sunday. Next Thursday through Monday. Following Monday. Spring vacation. Anyone? Suggestions? Pancake. I have a question. I recently joined a local chess club in your city in Belgium. Wednesday, I'm participating first over the board tournament. Been playing chess online for about 5 years. Okay. I have no idea who my opponent is going to be, nor what color I'll be playing. Okay. How on earth do I prepare? Well, the best thing to do is to prepare, the openings you normally play. I mean, I would, in a situation like that, people generally don't prepare too much if they don't know who they're going to play. But, you can prepare your openings, go through the openings that you play most commonly. I guess the ones that you encounter the most commonly. And I would practice tactics. But, yeah, it's hard to do any kind of specific preparation. And make sure you rest, yeah. Make sure you rest the day before. Okay, so... Man, Mr. Slow just murdered me. That game deeply upset me. This was the worst loss. Oof. He's got 0-0-0, 13 set up on loss. I was cleanly cooked. Damn, the opening was okay. This is this weird line he's playing. The second or third time. Funny, I don't usually play this for black. This seems right. I don't know. Caro-Kann Panov with Queen C2. What the heck is that move? This is some kind of offbeat move by white. Queen C2 and Bishop G5. So, what's not obvious is what black's supposed to do. I think once I did something weird like Queen A5. H6 seems right. So he plays Bishop H4. He could exchange and play it like a Rogozin. This seems right. It's not clear what I'm supposed to do now. I don't like taking on C4 and giving up that tempo. And looks like very few people played that. But the question is, what is black's best move in this position? I did DC4. Yeah, I regret doing that. I didn't want to do that, but I just kind of couldn't decide. In retrospect, I don't like this move. It doesn't make sense to bring his bishop out with tempo. This doesn't make sense. I told myself I don't want to do that, and then I changed my mind and did it anyway. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking here. Knight C6 is a normal move. The worst case scenario, take, and black's okay. It looks like Rook D1. That's a very strange move for white. Mamedyarov. Mamedyarov plays everything. Yeah, Rook D1 is weird. I don't know. This was bad, but Mr. Slow killed me. Take here. A6. Okay, I played B6, and check it out. Bishop takes F6, and I played G takes. So I was afraid of Queen E4. I thought I was lost here. But I made the wrong decision. My problem was this. Takes, and then Queen B7. I missed Knight C5. I saw this, but I just failed to see this move. If I don't see this move, I can't play this variation. So this was the whole problem. How I got such a stupid position against him. I wanted to play Bishop A6, and it's good enough. It's an interesting position. Takes with compensation. Damn. But I ended up second guessing myself and playing this horrible move that destroyed my pawn structure. Queen E4. And then here. And then castles, and I'm busted. Takes. What am I supposed to play? Okay, Bishop B7. What am I supposed to play here? Oh, just take. Yeah, sack the exchange. Yeah, this was better than what happened. Anything's better than what happened. I just lost the game without a fight. So, Mr. Slow. Old players. Be careful with the old players like me. A couple games I hung pieces, but Mr. Slow did a good job. Suhair left early? Blundered? Asterbate, what happened? Where'd you go? Princess just gave me a draw. I don't understand what I did wrong there. Okay, played perfectly. I don't like my final position. She offered me a draw here, but I think I'm worse. I mean, white has good control of d5. There's the d file. I did not fully equalize here. I didn't like what happened there. When did we leave book? It's a George Hernandez game. Whoever that is. Yeah, I was fine. Wow. So she played a move out of theory. With 93, she's supposed to play this. There's a lot of games here. A5. Joel Benjamin Kaidanov. At least I'm in good company. Kudrin. Kudrin always plays this stuff. She played this. Queen d7 or d5. How the heck am I worse here? I missed queen f6. This was too routine. This is a boring position. Sorry, guys. A couple of people left early. Man, Notch Papa's game was interesting. This guy's... I played a Slav. I was totally winning when I gave him a draw at the end. Wow. Conned me into giving him a draw. But I had very little time left. Yeah, I'm totally winning. Man, totally messed up the opening. E4, B5, here. Yeah, you confused me with this weird move, A4. I don't even play this off. What the heck is this? What is this? I had no idea. You made me think I did something wrong. And so I immediately went wrong with bishop b7. What is this? This is horrible for me. But it wasn't so easy for white. It was funny. So he missed something here. A takes b5, knight takes c5, d takes c5, and I'm in a bad position. This is hanging. My knight is unstable. Yeah, he let me off the hook. Acerbate with a delayed reaction. How else did we win? I was lucky. I was lucky against Stefano. This should be a draw. Guys, I gotta go. I'm just gonna mention this endgame where we like went in circles forever. It looks like it's a draw. Wow, apparently I am close to winning. He should never trade rooks. Though here it's recommended because the pawn is, I guess, closer to the center. You don't want my pawn to be far away. Normally I wouldn't trade rooks, though. Man, I thought white would hold this for sure. It's not so easy. d5 was a good move. Wow, this is a really weird ending. I thought that it's a draw for sure. But not so easy. That's actually a blunder. So he's got rook takes, pawn takes, king f1, knight takes d5, king e2. Still not easy in time pressure. So let's see. What happened at the end? So I reached the drawn position. Wow, I should have played this right away. Here, 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 and that's actually losing, shockingly. Who knows, though? With the engine, maybe not. Now it's a draw. Bishop c4, king e5, king e2 blunder. So bishop b3. Yeah, white shouldn't lose this position. 3 pawns against 2. Not enough material. And all the pawns are bad. Isolated. You could have held this. Should have held this. We made a lot of mistakes. It was low quality game there. Time pressure. Alright, let's check one more game. That was an interesting ending. Thank you, Move 11. Sorry you missed it. What else was interesting today? Asterbait gave me a pawn. King's Indian guy left the game, sadly. Oh, the crazy game, of course. White sacrificed a piece. At the end of the day, like, both sides had 30 CPL there. Wow, and it was always a draw. So everyone sucks but me was busted after giving me a piece. He sacked a piece for, like, nothing in the opening. And I failed to win here. This is not so easy. Wow. He has D5. Okay. Oh, that was a blunder. Anyway. What's interesting is the end. So, we had this crazy position where I was up a piece. I should be winning. I should have been totally easily winning. And then it's a draw. So it looks like B5, Rook B3. And suddenly things are very hard. After this, it's a dead draw. It was drawn all the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I only have 2 pawns for... I mean, I have a piece for 2 pawns here. But I was too short of time. And now this is a draw after A4. I have to be careful not to lose. Queen C5 was a funny move. And I made a funny move now, Rook E8, and that's best. I had 3 minutes left, and I played this Rook E8 move, leaving everything hanging at the same time. I was proud of that, at least. Pretty good defense by White. Sacking a piece in the opening and making a draw against me. Man, I could have tried E4, but I was afraid I might even... Yeah, I'm actually worse. I'm actually worse. Unbelievable. I'm up a piece for 3 pawns and I'm worse. Say goodnight, Asterbait. The Budapest Gambit's interesting, but speaking to the conversation in the chat, but I wouldn't recommend playing it without like a fairly, in-depth study of it. I mean, it's not such an easy opening to pick up. I played it in one tournament game and lost. You got to get the hang of it. Alright guys, I'm out. Thanks everyone for watching and for playing. I will be back tomorrow morning with some Blitz chess here. Thanks Mr. Coffee and all of you for your kind support. We'll see you on Monday morning. Later. Bye everybody.